Hey everybody, Zuki here, and I'm going to get started with patch 5.2 of the Shadowbringers story on replay. Alright, so here we go. We're going to talk to Kryl. Kryl is glad for your return, though it remains to be seen if she has glad tidings to share. Going right into a cutscene. My, what a pleasant surprise, Kryl says. Kryl continues, if you've come to inquire after the Archons, fear not. Master Matoya's treatment has proven effective in stabilizing their corporeal aether. We mustn't grow too complacent, however. Potent though these magics may be, they are not without limits. We can only hope they afford us enough time for the Crystal Exarch to complete his work. Tadru says, if only we could go with you for the first, to the first and help. Mysterious voice. Pardon the interruption, but I come bearing urgent news. Maxima. Ah, it's been far too long, my friend. Maxima says, forgive me, I don't believe we've been formally introduced. Maxima, former Garlean ambassador. I remain here in Eorzea under the auspices of Commander Alden, offering what counsel I can in the hopes of resolving the present conflict with the Empire. Ah, yes, Kryl says. I have heard stories of a defector from Garlemald, but never mind that. You said you have urgent news? Maxima says, indeed. As you may have heard, the Imperial capital is in turmoil, and a sizable portion of the Garlean forces have been recalled from the Gimlet Dark. With their numbers so greatly diminished, the main host of the Alliance has withdrawn, leaving the Alamegan resistance to keep watch over the border. And it is there we have welcomed a most unexpected visitor who claims that this de-escalation may belie growing dangers and unforeseen threats. Maxima continues, Commander Alden has arranged for an impromptu meeting to discuss these revelations. He has also requested a representative of the Scions attend as well. Though it was clear to whom he wished, I extend that invitation. Kryl says, it would seem time is of the essence. Kryl says, well, you'll not be attending this meeting alone. Though I am not as well versed in the affairs of city-states as our comrades, I see no reason to burden a single scion with all this. Maxima says, yes, of course. Then we must make for the Alamegan quarter with all haste. Tadru says, well, what are you waiting for? Get going, you two. Alright, so to the Alamegan quarter. Teleporty, teleporty. To the locks. Alright. Can I fly here yet, or have I not done that yet? Nope, I still can't fly here, because all I've been doing is story, not searching for my aether currents. Alright, well, no big. Alright, Maxima, I'm here. Let's talk. Maxima says Commander Alden awaits us in the Royal Palace if you'll please follow me.
They're here, Commander.
And I, for one, am grateful that they are. Told you've been busy since our paths last crossed at the Gimlet Dark. Not that I understand half of it. When the science spoke of other worlds, I'd struggled to describe what I pictured. Mayhap things would seem clearer were I to hear the tale from your own lips. But I'm afraid the situation will not afford us that luxury. I trust you two require no introduction.
We meet again, hero of Eorzea. Must we repeat this ridiculous display? I pose no threat to you, though what I come to warn you of very well might.
Had he meant to do us harm, I hazard he would have kept to the shadows, and brought more than 2 companions. We need not pretend to be the best of friends, but I hope we can put aside our differences for the present.
As you are doubtless aware, Sir Estinian and I cooperated to rid the world of Black Rose in your absence. Our journey together took us as far as the Imperial Palace, where we witnessed Emperor Varus meet his death at Xenos' hand. Being the sole witnesses to this crime, and in no position to defend our innocence, we were then forced to flee, each pursuing his own avenue of escape. When we were later reunited, Estinian claimed to have encountered an unfamiliar kind of machina during his flight, but to me his description seemed anything but, and upon further investigation I found that I was right. The Empire is developing a new Ultima weapon.
Dun dun dun!
What, that Allagan monstrosity, created to vanquish primals, with which you yourself once thought to conquer Eorzea?
The same. In my foolishness, I sought to harness its power, and became the Ascian's pawn in so doing. But you know as well as I how that tale ended. The weapon itself, excavated from beneath this very city, was destroyed ere we could fully unravel its secrets, and that should have been the end of it. But unlikely as it sounds, the Empire's efforts to recreate it have somehow borne fruit, primarily through secret research conducted by the 7th Imperial Legion, it would seem.
Wait, the 7th was all but annihilated at Cartano, along with its legatus.
Indeed, few survived. The 7th, as it is now, has little in common with the Legion led by Vandanus, and its leadership has changed hands several times since. Precisely how this project has continued despite such turmoil, and under whose auspices, remains a mystery. What we do know, however, is that a number of prototypes have been produced, and that one of them is on its way to Eorzea. We attempted to stop it, but it was all we could do to slow its progress. So we resolved instead to bring you warning.
And right glad are we that you did, though it soundly dashed our hopes that tensions might ease at last.
As it is, we've begun to strengthen our presence in the Gimlet Dark, and are assembling a force to meet the coming threat. A force with you in its vanguard, I hope. Before you say anything, I know full well you have pressing concerns of your own. Your comrades remain in peril, and I would not ask you to forsake them. But the fact remains that you, and you alone, have faced the Ultima weapon, and emerged victorious. We need you. And so, when the time comes, If your comrades can spare you, I bid you lend us your strength. I've assigned an officer to await your word.
The Ascian's downfall was to be the work of my remaining days. But it was my hand that kindled these flames, and I cannot allow them to spread any further. I will do what I must to see this mistake consigned to history once and for all. Even if it means begging your aid. The Fates will enjoy the irony, even as I endure the ignominy.
I too shall make for the border and offer my skills, meager though they seem in such company. Mayhap we shall meet there anon.
Though we can ill afford to ignore the coming of a new Ultima weapon, our friend's plight grows ever more precarious, and none save you can join them in the first. I only hope you are not forced to make a choice.
Well then. And yes, more Kryl. Always nice to see her. Anyways. Kryl says, what? As ever, the way forward is paved with difficult decisions. We can ill afford to ignore the threat of a new Ultima weapon, but with each passing day, the plight of the Scions grows even more perilous. If you cannot stay for a debriefing on the Ultima weapon, I will not stop you. I only ask that you confer with me before returning to the first. Okay. Kryl can see the steely resolve in your eyes and suspect she knows to where duty calls you. Kryl says, I take it you're ready to return to the first. Then I would ask that you appraise the others of recent events here in the source, namely Xenos' return and the development of a new Ultima weapon. As for their bodies, you may assure them Master Matoya and I will continue doing what we can to keep their corporeal aether stable. Safe travels. I hope to see you and the other Scions soon. Alright, time to go see the Crystal Exarch in the Ocular. Teleporty, teleporty. Hey, Boop, how's it going? Alright, even though it'd probably be just as quick to teleport over there, I'm not gonna do a cut just to run up here. I imagine my character's already yelling at the guard up at the top. Yes, I have business with the Exarch. Let me in. I'm doing good. I'm doing good. It'd be cool to have you guys playing with us. Alright, Crystarium Gatekeeper. Business? Yes, I have business. Let me in. Let me in. I wouldn't be here if I didn't need to see him. That is something else how much your aloe plant is reproducing. I wish it were warmer weather. I'd say I'd take a plant. Or two. Or several. Alright, so the Exarch has what to say to me. The Exarch says, you've come at a most opportune time, my friend. I've made something of a breakthrough in my research on the soul and a means to return the Scions home. I trust you too have been making good use of your time? Exarch says, ill tidings from the source, you say? Then I will summon the others that we might all be appraised of the situation. You'd need a PS4 or PS5 if you were going to play on a console. You can play this on PC, though. And there is a free trial period. Although logins are going to be really hard for a while. Oh, wow. Oh, gang's all here. Or most of it.
Now that we are all here, what news from the source?
A new Ultima weapon. We must count ourselves lucky that Gaius has pledged his assistance.
While this is indeed a worrying development, I think the state of the Empire as a whole greater grounds for concern. With the Emperor slain and Xenos returned, it is impossible to predict how matters will unfold in Garlemald. The Ultima weapon may be but the first of many unpleasant surprises.
The situation beareth closer observation, of that there is no doubt, and doth compound our need to return unto the source.
Then let us address that issue. Our long search for a means to see you safely home may well be nearing its conclusion. Thanks in large part to Urianger and Beklug's invaluable insight, we have succeeded in fashioning a vessel for the journey.
We set out to create a crystalline container retaining the more useful properties of white aurosite, but without its regrettable limitations. And, after a good deal of trial and error, we made one. An ark for soul and mind both, that will allow your incorporeal self in its entirety to be ferried between worlds. A spirit vessel, if you will. However...
However?
Though the vessel is possessed of the requisite qualities to hold mind and memory, it wanteth yet for a means to receive of them. For that, we must needs imbue it with the Exarch's innate gift.
A gift that lives on only through the blood of the Allagan Emperors, which certainly does not flow within aurosite or any other crystal.
Just so, milady. The blood serveth as a conduit of sorts. In its absence, memory cannot pass from mind unto mind, nor from flesh unto crystal.
That being the case, we must either alter the process of inheritance so as to require no such thing, or determine a means by which my blood may permeate the vessel. I am hopeful that the records found within this tower will yield the knowledge we require to pursue one or the other of these avenues.
As well you should be. The Allagan's body of etherological research is extraordinary. I can scarce believe it the work of ages past. But its underlying principles are not so very different from those of my own field of study. Given time, we will find the answers we seek.
I know that you can ill afford to wait, and it pains me that I must ask you to do so. I can only reaffirm my promise to you that a solution will be found. Whatever it takes, I will see you safely home.
My apologies.
I do hope you haven't come to tell us that mortal peril fast approaches.
No. I had hoped to speak with the Warrior of Darkness. But there is no need to cut short your meeting on my account. I will be waiting outside.
Why not speak in here? She knows I don't mind. Unless she didn't want to.
Perhaps I might accompany you. Though I am woefully ill-qualified to assist in the Exarch's research, I may yet be of some use to Lena.
Alright. What's Alfie got to say? Alphino is eager to assist Captain Lena. Oh, I'm bent. Alphino says, I must confess, while I enjoy my fair share of scholarly research, it will be good to step outside for a spot of fresh air. Now then, shall we go and speak with Lena? Alright, outside we go. Lena! You know, the Exarch is really bothered that you didn't talk in front of him. Lena says, we have little time, so I will be brief. A Sin Eater has been sighted in Lakeland, and I ask for your assistance in slaying it. Ooh. Alphino says, a Sin Eater? I'd heard some few yet remained after the night had returned, but perhaps we should call the others? Lena says, that will not be necessary. It's only a single Sin Eater, a simple task for our guard, I should think. That said, I believe fighting alongside the Warrior Darkness would be a valuable experience for them. Peace can lead to complacency, and they gain nothing from an easy victory, but you do not underestimate your foes. However harmless they may seem, my men would do well to learn from your example. Well, I say? Me? Why not Alphino? Or let's be about it then. Well, let's be about it then. Lena says, excellent. Then let us make for Fort Job. Gonna just teleport over there. Alright, Lena. Lena says, if you would wait here a moment, I'll gather the others. Lena says, you may not remember, but you've met these soldiers once before, though only in passing. Long have they awaited the opportunity to fight at your side. Convalescent Guard. I was at death's door the day after the Sin Eaters attacked, but if you and yours hadn't come along, I'd have likely stepped through, and I wouldn't have been alone. Your courage and selflessness is something we all aspire to. Steadfast Guard. I too was there that terrible day. My friend was transformed into a Sin Eater before my very eyes, and I had no choice but to cut her down. The thought of returning to the field, of holding a blade again, it filled me with dread. But that is no way to honor her or my comrades, and so I have returned. I swear I will not let you or anyone else down from this day forward. Ardent Scout. A pleasure to meet you, miss, truly. It seems like only yesterday I watched as you took flight astride an Amuro to go and save the Oracle. Strange to think the Ulmoran soldiers we once locked blades with are now on our side. But we will do our utmost to keep the peace here in Lakeland. Lena says, we seem to be missing one. Honest soldier. My apologies, Captain Lena. An elderly gentleman asked that I escort him to Clearmelt. It took longer than I anticipated. Lena says, I'll not begrudge your desire to help those in need, but a soldier must be punctual, especially when they play host to honored guests. Honest soldier says, it won't happen again. The name's Thaler. I'm sure you don't remember, but we met once before in the infirmary. I asked you to deliver a message to the Exarch and the Warrior of Darkness. Little did I know I was already talking to her. Don't give up. Don't give in. I kept those words close to my heart. And the boundless, beautiful skies above serve as a reminder of their importance. My friend got to see the knight's return shortly before he passed. He left this world with a smile, satisfied with a glimpse of what was to come. But there are countless others who weren't so fortunate. They gave their lives for the promise of a future they'll never know, and so it falls to us to do everything we can to fulfill that promise. No matter what happens, we won't give up. We won't give in. Lena says, your heroism has inspired all our guardsmen in much the same manner. Our scouts at the northern staging point have not had the pleasure of meeting you in person. Let us not keep them waiting. Off we go again. Okay. Maybe not. Okay. Here we go. Almost there. There we go. Oh. Well, that's a sin eater, all right. Let's talk to the scout.
Did you slay this eater? Your orders were to await the main force before engaging.
No, Captain. It wasn't us, I swear it. A man came out of nowhere and cut it down before we knew what was happening.
By himself. Certainly it is no light warden, but nevertheless.
It's true. Felled it with a single swing of his axe, he did. I've never seen anything like it. So I says to him, "Who are you, the warrior of bleeding darkness?" And he says, "No, I'm a warrior of light." And that was it. Buggered off as quick as he came.
A warrior of light?
Why would someone go around calling himself that, though? It was those bastards who caused the flood. I mean, if you were going to pretend to be anyone, it'd be her. The warrior of darkness.
Eh? Oh, I didn't know. It's an honor.
Since the Eater is no longer a threat, our work here is done. Return to your posts.
I had hoped to fight at your side today. But I'll continue to follow your example, and may we meet again.
I apologize for the wasted journey. It seems I overestimated the threat. As for this warrior of light, I do not know who would be brazen enough to take that mantle for his own. Whatever it may once have meant, it is forever tainted by the association with the Flood. The Exarch told me the truth of Ardbert and his comrades' deeds, and I am aware they played some part in your own triumph. But to most, they are synonymous with the calamity that befell this world. Still, if this man is minded to destroy Sin Eaters, I may forgive him his unfortunate choice of alias. But that is neither here nor there. I thank you for accompanying me.
With that concluded, shall we return to the Crystarium? There is a proposal I should like to make.
Forgive me. There is one more thing. A personal concern of mine. I had hoped you might have a moment to speak privately.
Take your time. I shall go on ahead.
Now what in the world is it that Lena wants to talk about, huh? Well, we'll soon find out, won't we?
I will not mince words. This matter concerns the Exarch. Though his countenance belies his age, his demeanor never has. He has seen more than any man should and grown ever more weary with time. But I see I give the wrong impression. While it is true he attempted to open a letter with a salmon fillet the other evening, we are not here because I suspect his mind is deteriorating. Nor do I believe him to be so maddeningly unconcerned by the prospect of his own death as he once was. Indeed, the opposite is true. It is for this reason that I seek your advice. Since he returned from the Tempest, the Exarch is not as he was. He seems a different man, a younger man. I know not the details of his research, but when I saw him at work recently, there was a glint in his eye that I had never seen before. He looked happy. It was as if he had peered into the future and for the first time found joy there. Though it gladdens me to see him thus, I wonder if I should not keep my distance. I fear that my presence will only anchor him to the past. Remind him of all the pain that came before.
Oh, what to say to her. Anchors keep us where we have chosen to be, or he's lost without you, you know, and he misses you already. Anchors keep us where we have chosen to be.
Is that so? Then perhaps we might remain as we were. As we have always been. What a relief. In that case, I will have to speak with him about the amount of time he is spending at work. This research is important, I know, but if he refuses to consider his own health, I will have to consider it for him.
All right. Facing the truth. Her mind is at ease. Lena is ready to return to her duties. Okay. Lena says, I will not keep you. You and your comrades have much to discuss. I will see the others back to their posts. Alright, where's Alfie? Alfie is back at the Crystarium. Let's go. Back to the ocular, apparently. There we go. Yes, I have business in the ocular. Let me in. Let me in. Alright. And Alphino, what do you got to say? What do you know? What do you know? What do you got for me? Come on. Chatter on Reddit, boy. Alphino says, the others were quite shocked to hear of what we found in Lakeland. But now that you're here, there's a proposal that I should like to make. I've been spending a great deal of time in the Cabinet of Curiosity, and of late I've noted more and more people perusing books on history, the years leading up to the Flood in particular. I suspect they wish to know more about the Warriors of Light, as well they should, but nearly everything I've come across describes them as sin-eaters or worse. Regardless of whether or not this Warrior of Light is who they claim to be, I worry their sudden appearance is in conjunction with this renewed interest in their predecessors may lead to growing unrest and fear. If the people of the Crystarium seek the truth, I say we give it to them. Oryanji says, I too can attest to the falsehoods found within many of the cabinet's tomes, with nary a mention of the noble deeds of Ardbert and his comrades. Y'shtola says, to be fair, they bear some responsibility for the Flood, but when the tale is told again and again over the course of a century, I'm not surprised to see their roles distorted and them painted as villains. It says, were it not for the records stored within the Crystal Tower, I would have had no reason to question the narrative. Unfortunately, that knowledge was of no use, for when I arrived here, in the first, their reputation had already been irreparably tarnished. That said, there still remains those who worked tirelessly to defend their good name in those early days following the flood. Beckelug says, considering all the good they have done, I find it wonder that they needed defending at all. They brought to justice the man who misused my knowledge to bring about the fall of Vobert. That such heroes could be spoken of in the same breath as Sin Eaters is absurd. Exarch says, under normal circumstances I would agree, but as time passed, those who knew firsthand of their deeds dwindled. In the end, only one truth remained. They were the cause of the flood. With the world on the brink of oblivion, it was all too easy for the Warriors of Light to become villains, deserving only of resentment and hate. Yshtala says, at that point, the truth mattered little. It would not change their lot. The Exarch says, thanks to all of you, however, their lot has changed, and now they may heed the long-forgotten truth. You claimed it was Ardbert who helped you overcome Emmett Selk, correct? Such a revelation would do well to sway the hearts of those who know him only as a villain. The Exarch says, I have shared this with a select few, but one and all must be told of his sacrifice. The Exarch continues, to that end I say we proceed with Alphanos planned. We call together the people of the Crystarium and recount to them the true tale of the Warriors of Light and the flood that followed in their wake. Alphanos says, well, what say you? What'll I say? Spread the word, I say, or I wish we had done this sooner. I wish we'd done this sooner. Alphino says, in hindsight I agree, but better late than never, no? Alphino says, Exarch, might I ask you to continue working with Beckelug on our means of returning home? The rest of us will see to gathering the people of the Crystarium in a etc. Alright. Alphino says, we have to reach out to anyone and everyone who might be willing to lend an ear. With any luck, word will spread and more will accompany them. Alright. Gotta go gather some people up. Let's get out there and talk to some peoples. Alright, let's go to the Cabinet of Curiosity. Ooh. Hello, Morin. Morin says, no, this can't be. Surely there's at least one book here that does not cast the Warriors of Light and their deeds in such a negative light. Hey, buddy. Oh, forgive me. The Cabinet of Curiosity has been bustling with visitors of late, but I fear our repository lacks for the knowledge they seek. The people wish to know the truth of the flood, of the Warriors of Light. I've searched high and low, but alas, every account portrays them as no better than sin eaters, abominations worthy only of scorn and resentment. I know they're not always judged so harshly. We're not always judged so harshly, yet I can find no proof, and I dare call myself a librarian. Calm down. Morin says, you would address the people and let them know the truth of the Warrior of Light, of the Flood? How wonderful! You've regaled me with the tale once before, but I should love to hear it again. Oh, and you may be assured I will not come alone. Good. 1 down, 4 to go. Whee. Alright, where to next? Let's see. Crystalline Mean. Wake up. I know it's chilly and I know it's nap time, but wake up. There we go. Alright, Catless, what do you got to say to me? You gonna come to this thing? You here for this shindig? Catless says, well, well, what a coincidence. I was just reading over a letter I received from Granalt not long ago. He says a visitor from the Cristarum found him at the bottom of the ocean and that she inspired him to reach new artistic heights. Well, I can only think of one person capable of both feats, though I'd say the latter is far more impressive. To think fate could bring the two of you together in such a place. Catless says, I'm sorry? You mean the Exarch didn't tell us the whole story of the Warriors of Light? Well, whatever he left unsaid, I'm all ears. Okay. Next. Down to the main Aetherite. Chessmill! Ah, my, what a wonderful surprise. Though I hope you being here doesn't mean someone's been hurt. Thanks to you, I've had far fewer patients coming through my door of late. Which is a shame, come to think of it. I've had fewer opportunities to test my new medicines. Hee, I jest, of course. It's actually been quite pleasant to have a few moments to myself now and again. Truth about the Warriors of Light, but the Exarch has already spoken with me about them. Well, if there's more to the tale, I'd very much like to hear it. Alright. I never did look around here that close. This looks cool. Look at these counters. Really do like that. Alright, let's go. And to the next location. Oh, let's go down there. We're just gonna run to the markets. Braggy! Braggy says, come to browse wares in the market, have you? Well, I can guarantee you'll have no trouble finding what you need, whatever it may be. Under Yelmore's new leadership, trade has never been more prosperous. Word is that fellow from Daedalus Stoneworks has taken over as mayor. Did he really? Little wonder business is booming the way it is. I imagine it won't be long before all of Novarant reaps the benefits, but you've not come to talk about the market. Something on your mind? Varagi says, I see. The Exarch did mention they had something to do with your returning the night to Novra. All right. Consider my interest piqued. Interest piqued. All right. All right. Now, let's see. Got one more spot to go to, and that is over there. Wandering stairs. To the bar we go. Glenard. Leonard says, well, well, to what do I owe the pleasure? Whatever it is, I must ask you be brief. With the night returned, visitors have been flocking to the Crystarium, and I find myself too busy by half. I don't mind it, though. Seeing the stairs so full of life and excitement, one can almost forget the flood ever happened. The Warriors of Light? Yes, the Exarch has mentioned them before. But everyone knows them now as the cardinal virtues, or are you suggesting there's more to it than that? Glenard says, well, you've yet to steer us wrong, so I'm willing to hear what you have to say. Alright, let's go talk to Alphino again. Look at this bar, though. Love that. Anyways, let's get back to Alphino. And he is at the front there. Alright, here we go. There we are. What's he got to say? Alphino says, there you are. Between the four of us, I dare say we've swept the Crystarium from top to bottom. Now we need but wait for people to gather. And gather they shall. Quite the turnout, I dare say.
Yes, this looks to be nearly everyone. Let us begin, shall we? Though I am usually the first to hold forth at such events, I think on this occasion that honor should fall to you.
They would be more inclined to take the word of the Warrior of Darkness.
Indeed. In light of the subject matter, who better than thee to speak these truths?
Wicked White? The Warriors of Light did all that?
So they never... I mean, they only ever wanted to help. And when everything they'd done turned to ash, they still carried on.
They gave everything to stop the flood. First their lives, then their souls. And they managed it too, in the end. They saved us. And we cursed their names.
This should go a long way towards clearing the air. Impossible.
What am I gonna say? You can see him too? Or I take it I'm not imagining this then. You can see him too?
I definitely see something. You don't think it's a ghost, do you?
Nay. Yonder standeth no bloodless apparition, but a warrior of light and darkness both. Ardbert.
What in the world?
My sentiments exactly, Ishtala.
It's you! The one who slew the Eater!
That it should be the Warrior of Darkness who brought the truth to light. You've saved me a fair bit of time, though I have a few words of my own to say, if I may. People of the Crystarium! I am Ardbert, one of those you know as a Warrior of Light.
That's impossible. You should be dead.
Aye, that I should. But as the world has been given new life, so too have I. I know not why I, and I alone, have been gifted this chance. But I do know this. Only by the will of the star itself could such a miracle come to pass. The hero who stands before you now, the Warrior of Darkness, is not of this world. And the day will come when she must return to her home. But this land is our home. And if it is to remain so, now and forevermore, it is we who must protect it. The time to rely on saviors from afar has passed. It is you who must rise. You who must become the new Warriors of Light!
What? Us? Warriors of Light?
None of us were born heroes, my friend. I was only ever a man with a thirst for adventure. But wherever my journeys took me, I was invariably confronted with the same choice. To lend what aid I could to those in need, or not. And I always chose the former. Any one of you could do the same. All you need is the will to help your fellow man, and the resolve to see it through.
From thine own lips did we learn of Ardbert's fate, and by thy countenance I gather thou art not inclined to recant thy testimony. Yet whosoever this man may be, his words hold truth and resonate with the citizenry besides. For us to voice our doubts here and now would serve but to sow disquiet. 'Twere better we retired unto the ocular and there discuss this matter in private.
Go. I will stay here and watch.
So, that is a warrior of light of the First. I've not had the pleasure of making his acquaintance, but as you all seem to be in agreement, I gather this is no simple case of mistaken identity.
As far as I was able to discern, that was indeed Ardbert. It has been a long time, but not that long. Could he truly have been resurrected as he claims?
Well, I say, no, absolutely not. Or it looks like him and sounds like him, but it isn't him. It looks like him, it sounds like him, but it isn't him.
Ardbert did entrust his very soul unto thee. I see no reason to question thy judgment.
Nor I. To my eyes, your ether burns as brightly as the day you slew Emmett Selk. That is proof that he is with you still.
Yet that which standeth now before the people is far more than a passing imitation. I am reminded of the cardinal virtues, though a sin-eater he is not. Which leaveth but one plausible explanation.
Asians.
That he is an Ascian.
Given their fondness for posthumous possession, I would have to agree. From what I understand, the Warriors of Light were laid to rest in Yulmore by those whom they had aided in life. At the time, some few still remembered them as heroes. Needless to say, 4 of them were subsequently exhumed to serve as the Virtues. And if one knew where to look, Ardbert too would not have been difficult to find.
Assuming then that this is indeed the work of an Ascian, my mind inevitably turns to the last remaining paragon to survive the Sundering.
Elidibus. That Xenos hath reclaimed his own flesh is known. Thus evicted from his borrowed form, and cognizant no doubt of Emmett Selk's failure here in the First, 'tis quite possible the emissary chose Ardbert for his next vessel.
Inhabiting the flesh of the fallen? My, that is unsavory. And they do this often, you say?
Verily, for they possess no corporeal forms of their own. In what one may term their natural state, none save those gifted with the echo can perceive them. Indeed, when Elidibus intruded upon the waking sands, his presence did go unmarked by all save Minfilia and the Warrior of Light. On that occasion, I myself remained ignorant of his coming until after his departure. 'Twas only at a later juncture, when he deigned to appear before me in borrowed flesh, that I was finally able to take the measure of him. In such puppetry do the Ascians engage when they seek to influence the course of history.
And they have gained much by it. Emet-Selch single-handedly built the Garlean Empire in this manner, while the Hebrea came close to conquering Eorzea, having taken possession of Thancred's living body.
Yet it must needs be noted that the Ascians cannot avail themselves of all mortal vessels. For were they able to do so, none would serve as a better pawn than our own redoubtable champion. Mayhap the blessing of light shieldeth Hydaelyn's chosen from Ascian influence. Or mayhap other forces are at work. We cannot say for certain.
Whatever the reason, I hope it holds true. I dare not contemplate what might come to pass otherwise.
Is it not peculiar, then, that Ardbert's mortal remains should be susceptible, given that he was once a warrior of light? Or did the final departure of his soul make it possible, perhaps? Regardless, to hear an Ascian use him to call forth new warriors of light boggles the mind.
Elidibus hath ever been an enigma, his ostensible purpose being to preserve the balance between light and dark. When he made overtures towards me, however, I was afforded a glimpse behind the mask of the self-appointed emissary. I shall not defend mine actions, undertaken in pursuit of a better understanding of our foe as either wise or prudent. Nevertheless, what little I did glean may now prove useful. Elidibus possesseth a subtle mind, practiced in the art of manipulation. That he coaxed this star's most valiant heroes as far as the source with naught save half-truths is no trifling feat. And now I believe he doth employ his skills once more to some as yet unknown end. Though naught is certain, should my suspicions prove true, we shall have need of all our wits if we are to uncover and thereafter thwart his plot.
Agreed. 'Tis plain that simply speaking out against him will not avail us. At best, it would only serve to confuse the people. And I would hesitate to do anything which might tarnish Ardbert's reputation once more, nor yours by association. That being the case, it may be wise to keep a covert eye on this Ardbert's movements, as we attempt to discern his purpose and how best to mitigate his influence.
His performance appears to have concluded. What now? Go back out and follow him?
'Twould appear Master Alphino already hath pursuit in mind, and I suspect one pair of eyes shall better serve our cause than half a dozen. Let the rest of us maintain an inconspicuous distance, for the present at least.
Curiouser and curiouser. Alright. Asleep disturbed. With furrowed brow, the Crystal Exarch deliberates your next move. Alright. You did well to dispel the falsehoods surrounding the Warrior of Light and their abduction, and their actions prior to the Flood. Though I must say the reappearance of Ardbert, or rather one who appropriated his identity, was a rather curious development. Crystal Arcserk says he is an imposter. Of that, there's no doubt. But to the masses, he will appear as a hero returned from the grave. Becklog says, after the warriors of light were laid to rest in Yulmore, the people prayed fervently for the gods to deliver them from their plight. Prayed that these fallen heroes be born again for their sacrifices. What bitter irony. Ishtala says, I, for one, would like to know why Ardbert urged the people to become warriors of light themselves. Urianger says, ere we take action, we must needs ascertain his intent. Let us pray that Master Alphino return us soon with the most essential knowledge. Urianger says, for now, I think it best to praise Thancred and Reen of our efforts. When we do confront Ardbert, we shall no doubt have need of their strength. Exarch says, agreed. I think it prudent we all take measures to prepare for what's to come. Becklog and I will continue our research into how we might improve the spirit vessel that it might one day carry you home. Ishtala says, then I think it's time I return to the Great Wood. Ishtala continues, until now everything we had learned of the Ascians has been handed to us at their leisure. But that was one of Emmett Salk's unique failings. I have no reason to think Elidibus will be so forthcoming. Fortunately, I recently received word from Thanau that heretofore unexplored chambers have been discovered deep within Katana Raval. Almet believes that relics within tell of a great calamity that befell an ancient civilization, that of the Ascians, perhaps. They may lead us to the truths we seek. What am I going to say? Would you care for company, or be sure to let me know how that works out? Would you care for company? Ishtala says, I wouldn't dream of going without you. Ishtala continues, when you're ready, make for Thanau. Alma and her sisters will be expecting us. Urianger says, then let us be about our tasks. Pray give my regards to the V's. Alright, so we're going to Thanau. And I need to step away for a second. Just give it a little bit of a stretch. Alright, that's a good stretch that I had there. Anyways. Okay, so let's talk to Almet, huh? Let's see. Up these stairs? Here she is. Almet. Oh, not that person. Almet. Welcome, allies of Ronka. We have accomplished much since last you came. With the Light Warden dead and its minions dispersed, we have at last reclaimed our hunting grounds near Ratika Falls. It was there that we discovered more ruins. Although we ran afoul of no traps while exploring its halls, we determined that the innermost chambers were warded by magic. We all were in agreement. Before any investigations could proceed, you should be summoned. Ishdal says, we are grateful that you did. From what you've told me, I strongly suspect that the wisdom my comrades and I seek can be found within. This wisdom would prove invaluable, for we may soon face a foe whose greatest asset is our ignorance. Almet says, I see. Then it is good that you have come, for Ronka was once home to the greatest of weapons, knowledge and understanding. It is our duty to ensure you and yours do not want for either. That said, we must proceed with caution. To have reached the innermost chambers unmolested suggests a more formidable deterrent yet lies within. Uamet says, come now, surely any threats sleeping within the ruins pale in comparison to those we faced thus far. Simet says, this is not a game, sister. You should not be so eager to run headlong into danger. Uamet says, oh, and who was it pining for the return of our allies that we might venture into the ruins? Clutching her staff at night, wishing it were... You promised not to tell! Uamet says, then I suggest we be going. Simet says, get back here! Ishdal says, remind me, exactly how old are you and your sisters? On second thought, perhaps it's better if I don't know. Almet says, pray forgive their overzealous nature. None save we three have been privileged to escort you and yours into the ruins and bear witness to its secrets. Their hearts now burn with a curiosity that is not easily satiated. Ishdal says, please, you needn't apologize. As a seeker of knowledge myself, I understand full well their enthusiasm. And if not for your sedulous efforts to protect the ruins, we would not be afforded this opportunity. Almet says, speaking of which, I believe I have kept you away from the ruins long enough. Come, let's make for the Katana Ravel. Ravel. I like it better, Ravel. It sounds fancier. Alright, gotta go talk to Alma again. Where is she? Okay, she's over there. Let's see now. Alright, let's talk to Elmet. Here we go. Elmet says, it is most strange for these halls to be left unguarded. Have care when breaking the seal on the chamber door. Danger surely awaits us on the other side. Recommended you set aside things in their entirety. Okay.
Come. Our new discoveries are to be found this way.
The people of Ronka are known to have venerated animals, but these features do not match those of any indigenous species. This is no common beast. Though that much is plain from its proportions.
Lifelike, is it not? One could almost imagine it breathed. Why you... Ugh.
This owl, by contrast, seems no different from the others we've seen.
The sealed door lies ahead. As you see, one statue is missing. I expect we are meant to replace it as before.
Too simple. There will be some additional defense mechanism. Just a moment. There are words carved into the stone. He who would disturb a hero's deserved slumber shall instead waken the beast and know his folly. Wait! Don't!
What? But I only... What is happening?
Oh dear.
Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, it lives!
Why am I not surprised? Prepare yourselves.
This was fun. This is interesting to do. Alright. You trespass, mortal, upon sacred ground. In retribution, 4 souls have I bound. Yet, to heroes proven, learned, and wise, a comrade's soul shall be their prize. If you should see their set free, pray me these riddles 3. Deft of paw, with kin do I vie, though sought apart, betterment of the whole do our efforts descry. What am I? Deft of paw, with kin do I vie, though sought apart, betterment of our whole do our efforts descry. So it's either coral? Oh, Popo is what it should have been. Keen and shrewd, its spirit exalts. Ingenuity, a virtue by which wrong can... For this mistake, a single talisman I will take. Its talisman vanishes. Okay. With fearsome fang, I travel with pack. Together we find harmony, and thus for peace our land does not lack. What am I? That's a wolf. Ooh, pardon me. Indeed, 'twas the spirit of the wolf their doctrines praised, that they would know peace and harmony to the end of their days. The riddle's answer you did discern, and thus to you a soul returns. Alright. On my belly do I crawl, by my strength does prosperity reign within our hall. What am I? That would be the serpent. Indeed, the dread serpent turned protector, lured to slumber, or to tear the world asunder. The riddle's answer did you discern, and thus to you a soul returns. Alright. Desire you that which I yet claim, then we shall have another game. Test of mind and memory, choose wisely, and you all may yet go free. Oh God. Twinks, these talisman hide friend and foe. Choose your companions well, or sorrow no. Oy vey. Alright. Let's try this one. Alright. And we'll try this one. And a foe. Don't want that again. You don't want that. Alright, so that one is... Oh. Alright, gotta fight that thing.
No mercy!
Their comrades are assembled together at last. Yet still there remains one final trial you must pass. Okay. If you would glean the knowledge enshrined in this earth, I would first take the measure of your worth. Okay. One worthy of she who the Ronkins extolled must be strong of mind, body, and soul. I gotta defeat the Haruka.
Here I come! I will not hold back!
While fought hero, the trial is complete. The way is open, and thus I concede defeat. Alright. Not wholly unexpected, but an exhausting ordeal nonetheless.
"'Twould seem the magics have returned us. How polite." Now, what have we learned?
Ah, we were bound to run into a living statue eventually. And now we can open the door.
He who would disturb a hero's deserved slumber. A tomb, just as I thought. Befitting a hero.
She is Vis. Could it be the Archmage Tiuna? A legendary hero of Ronka, as you surmised. The tales tell of how she smote entire armies with a single incantation. So potent was her spellcraft, though she ever fought in the name of peace.
I thought them no more than tales. To think she really existed.
Well, I, for one, always believed.
I wonder. By the light of fallen stars, great power awakens.
Tiuna was not only a master of spellcraft. It is said she could see truths long lost and hear the voices of men's hearts.
Naught less than the echo. In which case, none of this is mere coincidence. A shower of stars setting the sky aflame. And in both this world and the Source, we find individuals within whom a mysterious power awakened at the sight. We can never unpick the why of it. Now, however, I believe we might. Does the scene depicted here not resemble the one we saw when we first ventured into the Katana Ravel? Moreover, does it not recall that which Emmett Selk invited us to witness in Amarot? The final days. If, as the Exarch's research suggests, soul and mind share a fragile yet profound bond, might it not be possible for an event to leave such a deep imprint upon the soul that it could be perceived eons later, given a suitable trigger? The echo defies explanation by conventional etherological theory, or shall we say modern etherological theory. But if it is a power that once belonged to the ancients, to souls yet undivided, it would seem I have entered the realm of pure speculation, and I call myself a scholar. I shall refrain from making any further wild claims until such time as I have evidence. Still, I cannot choose but be reminded of our experience in Amarot.
What am I gonna say? Then you must recall Emmett Selk's dying request, or I will not soon forget. Then you must recall Emmett Selk's dying request. Remember us. Remember we lived.
Remember us.
History is learned, not lived. We have always protected the Tales of Ronka, just as we have protected this place. But we are mindful of what our mothers taught us. We see the past through our own eyes, and speak of it with our own words. Thus do we come to understand it in our own way. But this is not the same as remembering.
Your mothers were wise. Though we witnessed the final days, our impressions cannot fail to be colored by our own experiences and expectations. Those who lived through it would have perceived the event quite differently. We must bear in mind that it is no simple matter to keep the truth alive, or it will die with Emmett Selk and his... But we have disturbed Tuna long enough. Phaera will serve similarly well as a venue for our contemplations.
Alright. That was interesting. A very interesting contemplation from Y'shtola as well, about the echo. Alright. Almet says, by your pensive expression, I take it the tomb has given you much to think about. That is well. In time, the knowledge you have gleaned will lead to understanding and thus arm you for what is to come. Before you leave, however, I would speak again of the teachings of our forebears, of histories learned, not lived. The legend of Teuna and her exploits has been told countless times over the centuries, yet it is handed from one generation to the next. The story changes. With each telling of the tale, there are new flourishes, details changed or lost. We can never truly know how she lived, for we were not there to see it. But we are here now to bear witness to your life. We have seen the change you have wrought, the echoes that will endure long after you are gone, and though it too will change in time, I swear to you, we shall do our best to preserve your story. Oh, I'm touched. Olmet says, I hope you'll forgive me if I don't make an oath of my own, but I think it goes without saying we could never misspeak of your heroism. Samet says, perish the thought, as long as we are here, there are none among the V's who will not know of all you've done for Noverant. Y'shtola says, we are not deserving of such reverence, but we are grateful all the same. You can be certain we will have our own tales to tell of the great guardians of Ratika and the ruins of Ronka. Almet says, I pray you safe travels then. As ever, we shall await your return with open arms. Alright. Y'shtola, has what to say to me. An old friend is a quest. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more in this patch. Alright. Yshtala says, by all rights, you should be departing for the Crystarium, but Yshtala does not seem ready to return. Alright. Yshtala says, although we learned naught of the Ascians, the insight we gained into the Echo made our trip worthwhile. Before we return to the Crystarium, however, there is a small matter I would attend in Slitherbow. Might I trouble you to come with me? Oh boy. Yshtala says, thank you. After we arrive, we should take a brief word with Runar. Alright. I go talk to Runar, and I'm going to be lazy and not walk. I'm going to teleport. Runar, I come to give you a hug. Always hugs for Runar. Big hug. Alright, Runar says, it's good to see you. You have arrived at a most opportune time. I was preparing a pot of my famous stew. Come, I will ready a place for you. Yshtala says, I'm sorry, Runar, but we haven't Runar says, please, I insist. It'll take only a minute. Oh, Runar. Yshtala, oh, my apologies. It seems our return to the Crystarium will be delayed. But perhaps only for a bit, if you assist me with my work. I say work, but it's rather more of a chore. I must clean my chambers here and Slitherbow from top to bottom. If you would be so kind as to go and fetch a broom from Aesir, we can finish before Runar's done cooking. Came all this way to clean a room. Sure. Aesir, I need a broom. A broom for Master Matoya? I can't imagine why she'd need to have such a thing, but here you are. And it's old but sturdy and sure to suffice. Alright, well, I'll take it back to Yshtala. I kind of wonder the same thing, considering, you know, she's such a mage. Anyway. Alright, Yshtala, here's your broom. Yshtala says, I trust Aesir was able to find a broom for us. This well-worn broom has seen many a spring and summer in Slitherbow, swishing and sweeping, sweeping and swishing. It's battered broom. There we go. Yes, there you are. Yshtala says, well worn, good. This would prove difficult otherwise. Though I must say, I think I did rather well for not having a broom thus far. Yeah? Yshtala says, yes, well, you weren't buried beneath a veritable avalanche of books when you entered now, were you? Right, anyway. It is time I finished cleaning with the help of that broom. You didn't honestly think I'd do it the old-fashioned way. That broom is more than capable of sweeping by itself, or rather, it will be. Ahem. Time to rise, to swish and sweep, to a tidy chamber you must keep. To this task you shall be bound, until no dust is to be found. Cute. Well, if only it worked like that in real life, huh? Ystella says, in this one particular respect, I have no objections to following Master Matoya's footsteps. Bibbidi bobbidi broom. Ooh, pardon me. Ystella says, in future, I may need you to remind me the pursuit of knowledge does not preclude other equally important duties, such as maintaining clean quarters for said pursuit. Oh, listening at doors is trouble, Runar. Ystella sighs. Oh, I will dearly miss this place, these people. Oh, Runar. Runar says, Master Matoya, pardon the interruption, but the stew is ready. Oh, Runar. Poor Runar. Ystella says, is something troubling you? You've been rather quiet. Runar, no. Everything's fine, I assure you. It's been a long day is all. Ystella says, I see. Another voice. Ystella! Thank goodness you're still here. Ah, science. Ystella says, Alphino? I thought you were following Ardbert. Alphino says, I was, though I'm sad to say I lost track of him shortly after entering these woods. He seems determined to traverse every ilm of Novarant in his quest to spread the truth of the Warriors of Light and the Flood. Alphino says, and it seems news of your address at the Crystarium precedes him at every destination, making his task all the more simple. Alphino says, it remains to be seen to what end he encourages the people to become warriors of light themselves. Trip on my tongue. Alphino says, but there is no denying that his words have struck a chord with many. Elsie says, well, we're all agreed that this is just another Ascian ploy, yes? They've commandeered corpses before, and to no good end. I see no reason to think this time is any different, especially when it's that of a fallen warrior of light. I doubt we'll learn more if we remain a step behind. His next destination, in all likelihood, Slitherbow. Ystella says, Elisay, are you certain you should be here? Elisay says, if you're concerned about Halric and the others, you needn't be. Their treatment is going well, but progress is slow and exhausting for all of us. The best thing I can do now is to let them rest, so I believe we are about to discuss how to arrange a meeting with our would-be Warrior of Light. Alfredo says, before visiting any towns or villages, Ardbert would hunt down and slay a nearby senator to earn the locals' trust. Our best chance of getting ahead of him is to find one before he does. Urianger says, thankfully, Thancred and Reen are returned from the empty and have taken up the search. Urianger says, Reen believeth one may lurk beneath the boughs of woven oath. Alphinaud says, then that is where we will start our search. Runner says, a warm bowl of stew will be awaiting your return. Ishtala says, I look forward to it. Alright, let's go find... Alright, Thancred. What you got to say? Lahi. Alright.
If you are hoping to vent your frustrations on our Issa friend here, I can only apologize.
Few as they are now, it took us no time at all to track it down.
That suits our purpose perfectly. Now we need only wait for Ardbert to arrive.
Weren't you two meant to be attending to the empty?
We were, and are, but we can hardly ignore the rest of the world, so we thought we might see how things were coming along. From what we can gather, the answer is strangely.
Right now, we think we can do more good here.
It is heartening to have all present.
Indeed. We will be glad of the additional hands should matters escalate.
Our quarry has come.
It seems I've lost this particular race. Although I suppose it's only fair. When we first met, it was I who outpaced you. Ravana, was it? But where are my manners? I wouldn't be here were it not for you, and I have yet to say a word of thanks.
What will I do? Extend a friendly fist or ask whether he wishes Sato were here? I'm gonna ask if he wishes Sato was here.
Poor fellow. He will be sorely missed.
Uh, oh, now what am I going to say? Indeed. Ardbert with a stress on the name, or I thought you were supposed to be good at this. I thought you were supposed to be good at this.
Very well. Let us forego this pretense. After all, it was never you that I needed to deceive. Yes, it is I, Elizabeth. Through your time in Emet-Selk's imitation of our home, I dare say you have gained a better understanding of my role since last we met.
We understand your role, emissary, but not your goal. What is it that you seek to achieve?
I seek to enact the will of the Convocation, of course. If it helps you to think of me as but another Ascian, no different in nature or purpose from the rest, you are welcome to do so.
Once, I would have said your goal was destruction alone. Now I understand that you fight for something you love, just as we do. Yet though we seem doomed to clash, I bid you consider Emet-Selk's final words. Remember that we once lived, he said. Had he not seen some glimmer of hope in our kind, I do not believe he would have spoken thus.
None better understood your plight than he. His words must surely be worthy of your consideration.
Emet-Selk. How very unlike you to err so gravely. That one should stray at the end of so onerous a path is understandable, but I had thought you above such weakness. Mayhap you thought the same. Would that I had been present to offer correction. But I shall do so now, as is my duty, and return all to its proper course. As for you, look at yourselves. Look at your history. Look back 100 short years to how your greatest warriors were undone. And now, at but a word from me, you raise your hands in answer like the puppets you are. Naught has changed. You fail, and you fail, and you learn nothing. Allow that which is most important to slip through your fumbling fingers like so many grains of sand, again and again and again, and you would remember us. You do forget yourselves. There is no common ground to be found between you and I, nor do I require any. I have my duty.
Wait!
Well, we have confirmed the identity of our foe at least, and 'tis safe to say his objective is the rejoining.
But we still have no idea how playing the part of a warrior of light will further his cause, nor why he would spur others to do the same.
Another visit to the Tempest may shed some light upon these mysteries. Whether we are to exchange words or blows with Elidibus at our next meeting, the fact remains, we know too little. Ere our paths cross again, I would learn more of the world that once was, and of Elidibus himself. In this, we would be best served going directly to his home, much as Emmet Selk came to ours.
Though I see the wisdom in thy suggestion, the Amarot we visited is but a phantom born of Emmet Selk's memory. I fear it will teach us little that we do not already know.
I quite agree. Yet the ruins of the actual city remain unexplored. Given the vastness of the Tempest, I should not be surprised were there more such structures like to those in which the Ondo reside.
Alright, what will I say? If there's aught to be learned, I want to know for want of a better option, or as long as you don't make me do any more chores. If there's aught to be learned, I want to know more.
A woman after my own heart.
Assuming we are all in agreement, then I suggest we first pay a visit to the Ondo. If anyone can tell us where more ruins are to be found, it is them.
Alright, Yshtala, what do you got to say? Yshtala would have you depart for the Tempest without delay. Yshtala says, Alphino has the right of it. Let us pay a visit to the Ondo. We should speak with Tosh Ath first. As chieftain, he is doubtless privy to a great many secrets. Alright, to the Ondo Cups. Down we go. Lahi. Lahi. Oh. Alright. Tosh. Is over here. Tolsh Aunt says, I have sent for no finless ones. Perhaps you instead come seeking something of us? Ruins which your kind have yet to explore. I see. I know of one such place. Alas, under the circumstances, I am afraid we can spare none to guide you there. Yshtala says, and what circumstances are these? Tashanth says, rather than hunt for their own meals, the Benthos have pillaged our stores of Miri liver. They must be replenished with haste. The Bethos, a particularly violent tribe of Ondo, if I recall. A band of bottom feeders. We all lost much to the flood, but while others work to rebuild, they resort to thievery and murder. Revenge, they call it, when they prey upon your kind. But do not be fooled. They care not who they harm. Would that we had the warriors to challenge them. This is not the first time they've stolen from us. But there is no resource more precious than liver. All must dedicate themselves to the hunt. Stella says, unless, of course, we were to reclaim the livers for you. Stella says, it seems a fitting payment for vital information, does it not? Moreover, one could argue that by employing Bismarck to reach these depths, thereby driving back the waters, we are in part responsible for the deeds those driven to desperate ends by the changing climes. What'll I say? One good turn and all that? We certainly can't leave them like this, or could we not simply hunt for ourselves? We certainly can't leave them like this. Michelle said, I thought you might say that. You've never been one to miss an opportunity to help. Alphino says, reclaiming the stores it is, then. Tulst says, we would be grateful beyond words if you did. The Bethos have surely taken the livers back to the Flounder's floor, but be warned, there will be no shortage of guards waiting to spear intruders. Okay. Stella says, then we will have... Yeah. Start over. Then we will have care not to draw their attention, shall we? Alright. All the way over there. Okay. There in the distance, Samara. God, that's beautiful. Alright. Alphino, what do you got to say? Alphino says, nervous? Me? Not at all. It's a bit dark, though, isn't it? Definitely not haunted, though. Certainly not. Says they're not much of a threat one-on-one, but Tolshance was right about their numbers. If we fight them all, you'll be here for a fortnight. Alright. What did Stala get to say? Stala says, if I were a bandit leader, I'd surely keep my spoils deep within my stronghold. Okay. Well, there's no way up this way. Well, I pissed somebody off, so I'll have to kill him. Going round and around. Going around Robin Hood's Low Red Barn. Alright. There's one. Oh, there's three of them around. Cursory sniff, you detect the faint aroma of fresh oranges, a far cry from the rather memorable scent of Neary liver. Yeah. Okay, let's go over to the one over here. These boxes are filled with assorted vegetables. Liver is not a vegetable. Okay. Well, that's true. Is this it, Thancred? Thancred says these aren't the livers, but they're certainly stolen from somewhere unless wheat has started growing on the seafloor since last I checked. Investigate it anyway. You find that it's filled with wheat down to the bottom. You also find that raw wheat is unpleasantly pointy. Okay. Alright, let's go back this way. Maybe that side chamber, huh? Here we go. There's something in here. Ah, bulbous bag. Bet that's it. From the squelching noise they make when prodded and vile stench, you conclude these bags are bursting with livers. Brilliant. Thancred says, are those them? Thancred says, perhaps you've deduced this already, but it seems the Benthos have been raiding Colution storehouses as well as those of the Ondo. Oranges, pumpkins, wheat. But we can discuss this after we see the livers safely back to Tashan. It wouldn't do to keep him in suspense. Alright. Back to Ondo Cups, and we're gonna go the quick way. Well, let's double check. Yes. Quick way is fine. Alright, Tosh. Or Tul's aunt says, I am relieved to see you unspeared. Well, here's your liver. How do I get rid of the smell? Tolsoth says, our precious livers. Sorry, I don't know why I did that, but yeah. I knew you'd not fail. Thancred says, we also found all manner of foodstuffs from Colucia in the Flounder's floor. Tell me, Tolsoth, does that seem odd to you? Tolsoth says, it's brazen to be sure. Alphino says, I'm reminded of rumors I had heard recently concerning a rash of thefts from Colution warehouses. The perpetrators enter in the dead of night and are gone before anyone has realized what happened. The Ulmoran army has been investigating, but thus far to no avail. Alphino says, perhaps the reason they've struggled so is that their quarry is of the sea. Ishtal says, the true question then is, what we mean to do about it? Pardon me. Much as I would like to proceed to the ruins without further delay, we cannot allow the Benthos to carry on as they are. Tolshanth says, if I may, I believe that the ruins are, in fact, key to the Benthos plans. Ishtal says, is that so? Tolsoth, those ruins, which lie deep within the illuminated land, are a recent discovery. We have seen signs that the Benthos are preparing to claim them with all haste. We would not fathom why, but in light of the knowledge that they have been stockpiling resources, it's clear that their queen will soon give birth. They require space to raise their young, and food for both queen and hatchlings to thrive. Ishtala says, well, we can hardly fault them for that. Tosh-Anth says, under normal circumstances, perhaps, but conditions in the Tempest are far from suitable for spawning. Its resources barely able to sustain our current population. There is only one reason they would disregard this. They seek to build an army, and with it take revenge upon the Finless. It is not a surprise. They came to us not long ago, seeking allies for the cause. We rebuffed them, of course. The suffering of others will not serve as balm to their own. Their queen, however, desires only bloodshed, and will gladly send her children to die in our stead. Alphino says, if they're planning to wage war, that changes matters considerably. Ishtal says, indeed. I doubt that this can be resolved without violence, but perhaps with a show of force we can convince them to see reason before the die is cast. Yshtela says, I would rather not risk your people in the attempt. If we travel to the illuminated land, is there a way we might identify the ruins ourselves? Tolshath says, yes. Once you reach the depths, go deeper still. You will see a monstrous structure there upon the seafloor. That you have come to us now is the will of the Ancient Ones. They have guided you here that you may drive out the usurpers, those who seek to use their magnificent creations with vile purpose. I have no doubt that they will show you the way forward. Yshtela says, I'm afraid that the dead do not speak quite so clearly. Nevertheless, we shall try not to disappoint. Urianger says, if what we seek lieth deeper still, beyond Amuro, I would call upon the assistance of another. We need Bismarck again, don't we? Alright, Urianger. Urianger has a mind to call on an old friend. Urianger says, though our course hath been decided, to pursue it we must needs beseech the aid of a friend. I speak of Bismarck. Pray follow me to Sullen that we might seek an audience with him once more. Alright. Well, the fastest way is there via the Crystarium. And out through the tessellation. Come on. There we go. Let's get on the bike and roll. Slow. Here we come to the islands. Oh, such a pretty sky out here. All right. I'm gonna mute this. Maybe? Alright, let's talk to Ariane. Ah, yes, okay. Ariane says, from here we press onward to the Isle of Ken. I myself shall proceed on foot. Ariane. Really? Alphino says, you've perfected your technique then? Ariane says, just so. The water will be as glass beneath my feet, and provideth purchase, fragile yet true. Watch closely. Oh dear Lord. Ystala says, oh, I certainly shall. LSA says, forgive me, but would it not be easier to perfect your swimming technique? Thancred says, aye, it would be a pity if you drowned. Truly. Reen says, oh, hush, I'm sure it'll be brilliant. Oh, my word. This is gonna be good. Alphino says, he's done it! Green says, incredible! Oh, Ariane. And Thancred says, for the love of. Oh. Ariane says, mine apologies. The technique requires the purest of focus, and mine 'twas lacking. Ariane says, to perfect this magic, I went so far as to deal with the Fwath, and with their aid, mine efforts finally met with success, albeit on a single occasion. Ariane says, I know not why I cannot repeat it. Ariane says, I thought I saw you waver a bit toward the end there. Perhaps you're simply tired? Reen says, Thancred? Thancred says, it's nothing to worry about, only a dizzy spell, though it may not be wise to go for another swim just now. Ystala says, thankfully, we have an alternative. A wonderful little invention, I'm certain you'll agree. A boat. All right. here we are a while back. Orianji says, I will petition Bismarck's aid on our behalf. Let us pray my diplomacy proveth more effective than mine experimental magics. Bismarck says, you speak with the voice of the king, little neighbors. I will not deny you. As before, if you seek what sleeps beneath the sea, I will be your guide. Orianji says, your kindness is as boundless as the depths, serene one. Bismarck says, before we depart, however, I would ask a favor. After our last flight, I found many creatures clinging to me. I am itchy. Remove them, and I will take you below. Orianji says, with all haste shall it be done. Alcé says, so, did he agree? Orianji says, aye, though I agreed to do a favor in kind. Regrettably, 'tis not one I possess the power to grant. Bismarck hath asked us to cleanse his underbelly of barnacles. Alas, one must needs dive beneath the surface to do so. Even if I could master the power to walk upon it, it would avail me not. Alcé says, oh, for heaven's sake, is that all? She and I will be more than capable of that. Alcé says, with the Kojin's blessing, we'll have done this with it in moments. And better that than standing here and listening to this nonsense. I'll take the right, you take the left. Now go. Pushy, pushy, pushy. Orianji says, I'm in your debt. You better believe it, buddy. Alright, down we get. Alright, there's one barnacle. There's two. Ew. There's a third one. I've dislodged all the barnacles. Let's go back to Orianji. Alright. Alright, Orianji. Orianji says, then efforts are most sincerely appreciated. I will inform Bismarck that we may depart without further delay. Bismarck says, much, much better. Thank you, little neighbors. I remember a long time ago another did this favor for me. After the flood, when I chose the spot for my slumber, he came and made a home on my back. Ken was his name. When I grew itchy, I stirred, but he was not afraid. No, he asked me what was wrong. I told him of the creatures clinging to my belly, and he dove into the water. He helped me. He was my friend. He told me he wished to live in peace, away from his people and their wars. This I understood. I treasured our time together, brief though it was, brief though it always is. I remember him and how he laughed when we flew. I remember when he slept. I too slept that day, and many days since. So that's why he's the Isle of Ken. But the light fades and the darkness returns. Ken sleeps, but in memory he laughs, and together we fly, and I am here. I am awake. It feels good to speak and be heard again. A shame others cannot understand me. Ariandi says, if thou art willing to learn, I would gladly teach thee the language of men. Bismarck says, thank you, little friend, but it is time I grant your request. But first, I will take flight to cleanse my body and prepare. The dive will be swift, and I would not have you struck with errant debris. Thancred says, so this quote-unquote island was named for a man. How easily the past is forgotten. Ishtala says, he passed not even 100 years ago, yet the truth has slipped from history, like so many grains of sand. Elsie says, might I have some explanation of what he just said, or shall we all stand around making vague and mysterious allusions? Urianger says, while he maketh ready to deliver us to our destination, Bismarck bade us wait for him on the shores of Kalusha. Elsie says, that's all? I feel as though there was more to it. Urianger says, indeed there was, but it hath no bearing on the task at hand. I should be glad to share the rest with you anon. Elsie says, fine. Later then. Nishtala says, if Bismarck requires time to prepare, might I suggest a short respite? For Urianger and Thancred in particular. Thancred says, I require no such thing. I am the picture of perfect health. Urianger says, mine was but a momentary lapse in concentration. Worry not on my account. Reen says, you mustn't push yourself so. Please rest. For me. Thancred says, oh, all right, if you insist. Reen says, you too, Lesingale. You've been running yourself ragged. Well, you say, yes, ma'am, or I feel fine. Yes, ma'am. I forget Thancred to rest. Ishtala says, in that case, I leave the old men in your care. The rest of us will meet you at the split hull anon. Thancred. A word of advice, never let it show. When she realizes she's struck a nerve, she remembers. By the gods, she remembers. In any case, if we must be made to rest, I know a place in Sullen that's better for it than most. Come with me. Alright, Thancred. Thancred says, may as well have a seat. We wouldn't want our elderly knees to give out. Thancred says, to hear her speak, you'd think I'm on my deathbed. By the 12, I wish that girl wouldn't worry so much. Ariadne says, thy countenance belies thy words, Master Thancred. Thancred says, I'm sure I don't know what you mean. Let the record show that I am here under protest. Thancred says, though I can't say I mind the view. Not much to see right now, buddy. Thancred says, and if the abundance of anglers is any indication, even an amateur might land an impressive catch. Shall we try our hands at it? Unnerved fisherman, help! Someone! Quickly! Fisherman, it's Nightshade. We were attacked on the road from the Crystarium. Barely escaped with me life. Ingrid says, I suppose we might have predicted this. Unnerved fisher. You mean you'll help? For free? Thank you. Ariadne says, if I recall correctly, Nightshade is a local band of outlaws. Ingrid says, I doubt they'll trouble us over much. No more than they already have by interrupting our relaxation at any rate. Okay. Ingrid, where'd you go? I'm running away, boy. Alright. Alright, Thancred. Thancred says, these two have matters well in hand by the look of it. Ah, composed Fisher. I'll not forget this kindness. May we meet again. Thaler. Is that you, milady? Don't tell me we just deprived the poor fellow the honor of being rescued by the Warrior of Darkness. We had no idea you were in the area. Fancy us meeting again so soon, eh? Why, I believe I even recognize your companion. Ah, yeah, Thancred says, ah, yes, from the infirmary. You had a message for the Crystal Exarch, did you not? It's good to see you back on your feet, and on patrol no less. Sailor says, oh, it's nothing as official as all that. Strictly speaking, we're off duty, but as we had a free moment, we thought we'd give a few of the less traveled roads a look. The guard doesn't have enough hands to patrol them regularly, you see. Ingrid says, that's admirable. There are few so devoted to their duty in Lakeland or beyond. Sailor says, well, we've been talking about it for a while, and neither of us is satisfied with just seeing to our service. It feels like we could be doing more. Like we should be doing more. Oh. Gallant Guardsman says, it's all about having the will to help your fellow man and to the resolve to see it through. What'll I say? I remember you, the excitable one. Very good, Mr. We're gonna say, I remember you, the excitable one. Gallant Guardsman says, sorry, milady. I got a bit overexcited the other day. Couldn't get my words out. The name's Vonard, milady. I'm with the guard, but I don't just want to protect Lakeland. I want to protect the lot. Just like the Warriors of Light. Sailor says, sadly, our duties prevent us from venturing too far from our own little corner of Novarant. What we'd really like to do is travel, to better ourselves, to go where the need is greatest. Sailor says, but everyone has to start somewhere, don't they? For now, if we can stop Nightshade from robbing the odd fisherman, that's what we'll do. Linkard says, well, well, future heroes are the first, do you think? Orianji says, they want not for spirit, 'tis but a pity they draw inspiration from so clouded a wellspring. Yet it availeth us not to fret in idleness. We must needs press on if we are to bring Elidibus's scheme to light. That's true, that's true. Alright, let's see. Orianji says, thus reminded of the urgency of your investigations, Orianji would pass on, accept that quest. Though our respite was cut short, I dare say we are all eager to avail ourselves of such knowledge as the ruins may hold. I wouldn't further... Thancred says, and I doubt further contemplation of Elidibus's mechanisms will be conducive to relaxation. We may as well make for the split hull now. Alright, back to the quest. Need to go to right. Just so happened there was a hunt there. Where I was. And we're going to be coming up on a dungeon very shortly here. Alright, let's go to the split hall. Let's over this way. Ariane J says, all are present. Now we must needs wait. Bismarck's coming. All we need to do is wait for Bismarck. Ah, 'tis time. Pray make ready, Urianji says. Alright, and there's the dungeon unlocked. Alright, it popped real quick that time. So here we go. Time has come to part with these interlopers. Okay. Ooh. There are some creatures. I love the music in this dungeon. Just love it. I love that chandelier. Ooh. Well, there we go with that. Let's go see this cutscene.
This structure must have served an important function. And here are yet more crystals.
I too noted the crystal repository on the way. The Benthos seem to employ them in their spellcasting.
In such vessels did the ancients preserve concepts, ideal forms to be drawn upon in the act of creation. That so great an abundance should reside here lendeth credence to Ishtola's conclusion. This facility held great significance.
Thank you for joining us at the Uniter in these most perilous of times. By the summoning of Zodiark have we been granted a reprieve, yet immutable as the laws he has woven may seem, they will not serve to forestall our doom. Nay, should we continue down this path, our fate will be the same. I said as much to the convocation, of course, but the stubborn fools turned a deaf ear to my warnings. I had hoped that the defector at least would side with us, but I regret to report our overtures have not gone unanswered. Whither tend thy thoughts, Vinay? Whither tend your thoughts, Vinay? Would you lead? Or where you'd lead, we will follow. Vinay says, I shall not speak ill of the convocation. They will, too, seek only to secure the future of our star. Yet it is plain that they will not countenance a permanent solution. That being the case, we must ask ourselves a simple question. Are we prepared to pursue our chosen course? Even should it mean suffering the eternal condemnation of our brethren. If so, I see no further reason to demur. If Let us bring forth the light that shall ever after keep the darkness in check. Oh boy. This is the coming of Eidolon, huh?
So, it was they who first summoned Eidolon.
Their discussion did seem to imply as much, yes. I cannot say I have ever heard of this Venar before.
For a certainty, Emmet Selk never uttered the name, speak though he did, of the schism which Zodiark's advent wrought upon mankind. Some were of the viewpoint that his power must needs be restrained, and to that end they call forth she who would serve as his shackles. We now know that it was this Venar to whom they looked for leadership.
And that this place, in all likelihood, served as their headquarters. The presence of such intimate records attests to that. I would hear what else they have to tell us. All of it. Did anyone see the source of the image? The device there? Then let us see what other secrets it holds.
Venat, please. Why must it be you? If I may speak plainly, I would sooner it be another, any other. You are our leader. None can take your place. Venat says, you know as well as I do, and you know as well as I, that few support our cause. Far fewer than they who place their faith in Zodiark. Venat says, if Eidolon is to stand a chance of opposing him, I am the only one who might suffice as her heart. Venat says, rest assured, however, I shall not vanish from this world. The form I take shall ever remain my choice. The diplomatic Ancient One says, then I will press you no more. Only know this, you will be sorely missed. I wonder, is this how the Convocation felt about Elidibus?
What? Forgive me, but did that not strongly imply that Elidibus sacrificed himself to become Zodiark's heart?
7 hells. Then who or what are we dealing with?
Alright, I'm looking at this thing and I'm wondering where the food court is in this grand mall. Anyways. Alright, enough joking. Y'shtola, what do you got to say? Y'shtola says, the device appears to activate via a form of ethereal attunement, not unlike an aetherite. Beyond that, I can say little for certain, save that we should take this opportunity to see what other records it contains. Okay. Y'shtola says, no response. Confound it. Urianger says, if I may, milady, the panel did formerly emit a soft yet perceptible glow. That it doth so no longer may betoken the depletion of some essential energy within. Alphino says, given how long it's lain dormant, I think it fortunate it functioned at all. Elsie says, that may be, but if we can't get it to work again, we'll be leaving with more questions than we've answered. Urianger says, a white-robed emissary hath ever named himself Elidibus. Yet if the shade spoke true, Elidibus ceased to be, or even the sundering came to pass. Urianger says, this calls to mind a truth the Emmet Selk did once reveal in passing, that the names by which we know our foes are not given to Asians at birth, rather they are titles of office, afforded to individuals of merit at such times as the role becometh vacant. Perchance the Elidibus at Zodiac's heart and the emissary with whom we are acquainted be not one and the same, but predecessor and successor. Y'shtola says, it's possible. If the previous Elidibus perished before the final days, the one we know could still be a survivor of the sundering. And yet, something in the explanation rings false. Y'shtola says, I will remain for a time. I would not abandon my attempts to revive the device so soon. There is more to learn here. I can feel it. Urianger says, in matters of aetherology, I know of none as capable as thee. If there existeth a means to learn more, thou wilt surely find it. Urianger says, whilst thou art thus engaged, we shall attend to matters on the surface. Okay. Alright, Urianger. What do you get to say? What do you get to say? Urianger presumably has some idea of what you might find, or might usefully do while Y'shtola pursues her investigations in Amnesis and Nider. Urianger says, can we but uncover Elidibus's true origins, we may yet come to understand his designs. To that end, Y'shtola must needs be afforded as much time as she doth require to complete her investigation. To the extent that such things are within our control, yes, Alphino says. Continuing, speaking of which, perhaps we might trouble the Exarch for news of his progress with the spirit vessel. Alphino says he will no doubt wish to hear of our own discoveries as well, such as they are.
Dare I ask what's going on?
Ah, excellent timing. For me, in any case. We have a problem. The vast majority of those gathered here are presently in the employ of the Guard or else one of the facets, and no longer wish to be so. In principle, all are free to change vocation at any time, but a city does require a certain number of people in these positions if it is to continue to function. For the moment, I have asked them to postpone their resignation until such time as replacements can be found. As you may have surmised, we have the Warrior of Light to thank for this.
It's you! The Warrior of Darkness! You understand, don't you? Someone's going to have to look after this place once you're gone. We just want to be ready to do our bit when the time comes.
And not only here, but everywhere. Which is why we've got to get out there and lend a hand to those in need. That's what you did, isn't it? Even if it was just little things at the start. You helped people.
What'll I say? People, chocobos, you name it, or well, yes, or just the stoic silence. People, chocobos, you name it, I helped them.
And we're trying to do the same. We may have our sky back, but there's no shortage of people who still need help. If we follow in your footsteps, then I choose to believe we too can be heroes one day, even warriors of light.
What are we to say to that? We can hardly tell them they are mistaken. They seek but to do good, as you have.
But no more can we stand idly by and suffer a paragon's scheme to proceed unchallenged.
What's happening to the sky?
What the...
Wicked White. Oh no.
By the 12.
A star shower.
Hear, feel, think. I hear a voice.
You and all? Then why does it feel like it's inside my head? Hear? Feel? Think?
I hear it.
Me too.
Did I not tell you, my friends? You are warriors of light! You're back! What you hear is the voice of light itself, and it has blessed you with its power. Welcome to the fold!
I'm a warrior of light.
I've been chosen?
Can it be?
Me, a hero?
Wait! The falling stars, were they your doing? And why do you need warriors of light?
What, am I to reveal my plans simply because you asked? Nay, I think not. Though the stars, I acknowledge mine. A convenient illusion, apt to awaken what little is left of the power that once resided in your sundered souls. That which you and yours call the echo. And an echo it is, of a symphony, but a fraction of what men in their completeness once possessed. Even those among you who tower over others in the gift have only the faintest trace of it. But though sundered and forgotten through death and mocking rebirth, it has persisted. A whisper of our past, burned into your very ether, along with the sight of our end. Through the rekindling of memory, I have awoken the ability, just as Hydaelyn is wont to do when she has need of new minions.
The Echo hath ever been thought a gift from Hydaelyn, a boon granted solely to her chosen. Yet thou wouldst claim she merely awakeneth the power that men should hearken unto? Her voice. Given the perceived simultaneity of her call and the awakening of her chosen's capacity to hear it, it is only natural that we thus attributed the source of the gift. Yet if, in truth, the echo is a prerequisite for hearing her voice, one might surmise that her call never ceaseth, such that all who awaken to their innate gift might receive of the blessing of light at the self-same instant. In sooth, we bore witness to this but moments ago. At the sight of the star shower, full many in the crowd did speak of hearing a voice in their minds, did they not?
Just so. And whenever Hydaelyn has need of new servants, she is quick to pluck comets from the heavens or create illusions of the same.
Why then didst thou conjure this vision, full knowing that thine age-old foe would thus claim those awakened to the gift?
Foe? You must be mistaken. As you see, I am a warrior of light. And together with my comrades in arms, I shall save the world. Just like you.
Well then, I'm right inside of somebody else. Anyways. Okay. So. Just waiting for the NPC to load up. I'll be right back. Okay, didn't take as long as I thought it was going to. Anyways. Alright, there we go. There's Elfino. And he says, the more Elidibus reveals, the less I understand, but that he has made a fine mess of things is plain. The excerpt says, he's gone then? Excerpt says, I've managed to persuade a number of our would-be deserters to reconsider, or at least delay their departure, but as many are deaf to my entreaties. Young Thaler and Vonard among them, I'm sorry to say. They've quit the guard. Nevertheless, I wish them well. Whatever Elidibus's plans for them might be, the pair have only ever had the best of intentions. Ingrid says, one can hardly blame them for thinking themselves heroes elect, not after having been blessed with the echo. And it's not as if they haven't shown the requisite spirit. Exarch says, I quite agree, though the impetus of their sudden departure may have been words spoken falsely. The men and women in whose footsteps they would follow are heroes in truth, warriors of light. Ardbert, yourself most of all. And so I would ask a favor of you. Speak with them ere they embark on their journey, and furnish them with what wisdom you can. They've set off for the Amaro launch, but you should still be able to catch them if you leave now. Tancred says, worth the effort, I'd say. If I recall correctly, the Elder Seedseer took the time to usher you out into the wider world many moons ago. Elfino says, I think that comparison rather flatters Thaler and Vonard, but the point still stands. They would doubtless be greatly encouraged were the Warrior of Darkness herself to see them off. Oriandia says, if thou art willing, I pray thee go. Thou mayest safely leave the task of unfolding that which did transpire in Adamnesis to us. Alright, the Amaro launch. What in the... How did they plant that up there? Quite the grouping of people back there. Wait, I need to go to the launch, not down here. Wrong way, Corrigan. Sailor says, "You again? I mean, it's you, milady. Sorry, it's been a funny old day." Sailor says, "You can be sure we'll take those words to heart." Vonard says, "I still can't believe it, you coming all this way just to speak to us. I swear we won't let you down. So long as it helps someone, we'll do what needs doing out there, no matter how small." Sailor says, "And when larger threats loom, we'll be ready to face them. You see if we aren't." What will I say? The path shall ever be revealed to those who are true of heart, or, well, what are you waiting for? Get out there. The path shall ever be revealed to those who are true of heart. Sailor says, "Well, be off then. Farewell, Warrior of Darkness, and thank you." Alright, I go talk to the Exarch again. Let's go this way. Okay, Gatekeep. Yes, I do have business with him. Let me in. Let me in, let me in, let me in. There we are. The Exarch says, "Thank you for making the effort. I'm certain your words will be a boon to them. Whilst you were away, the others told me of your investigation. We have yet to discuss how to proceed, however." Crystal Exarch says, "While your findings in Amnesis and Eider do raise important questions as to the identity of our adversary, we are no closer to discerning his design, nor do I know of any other potential avenue of investigation." Urianger says, for which reason we must needs trust to Y'shtola's ingenuity and wait for her efforts to revive the Ancient's device to bear fruit. Tancred says, what if I were to attempt to follow the emissary? Elusive as he is, his plan compels him to court public attention. He shouldn't be impossible to find. Elfino says, especially for one of your experience, it does seem worth the attempt. Reen says, then I'll come with you. Safety in numbers. Tancred says, in combat perhaps, but where stealth is required, the opposite is true. Happily, I don't plan on getting myself caught, so you've no need to worry. Nor do I intend to vanish for moons on end. We still have the empty to attend to, don't we? Reen says, all right. Then I look forward to your return. Alcé says, then it sounds like the rest of us should avoid doing anything which might prompt Elidibus to look too closely at our movements. Insofar as it's possible, I recommend we limit our activities to the Crystarium. Elfino says, speaking of which, Exarch, might I ask if you've made any progress with the spirit vessels? Excuse me. Exarch says, of course, we are presently studying the principles underpinning memory transference, and I believe nearing the requisite level of understanding. Exarch continues, less hearteningly, practical trials of transference methods suited to use with the vessel have yet to yield satisfactory results, to put it mildly. Beckelug says, but there is still many promising possibilities we have yet to test. Exarch says, indeed, though it may take some time yet. We are well on our way to a solution. Exarch says, and I shall not rest until one is found. Urianger says, though we are all grateful for thine unstinting efforts, thou needest not labor to the exclusion of all else. If it would serve to lighten thy burden, however, a little, I should gladly offer mine assistance. Elfino says, quite. I, for my part, will do what I can to ensure that the Crystarium continues to run smoothly in spite of recent disruptions. Reen says, then perhaps I could help? There must be something I can do, even if it's just guard duty. Exarch says, thank you, all of you. I shall breathe easier for your assistance. Exarch says, of course, on the evidence of the recent past, it will not be long before some new crisis arrives to throw our plans into disarray, at which time your services will be in particular demand. That being the case, perhaps you might take the opportunity to retire to your suites at Dependence? Yeah, a break might be good, huh? Alright. Gotta go to the Pendants. Excuse me. Talk to the Master of Sweets. Master of Sweets says, "A pleasure as always, Mistress Dryad. I am relieved to see you were unharmed in the earlier commotion. Though if I may, you do look somewhat weary. I presume you'll be retiring to your suite?" "Retire to my quarters? Yes." "Very good. Do let me know if there's anything you require." Glenard saying, "Mr. Dryad, it's Glenard from the Wandering Stairs. I apologize for calling so late." "A friend of yours was asking after you. You may remember them from the business with the cardinal virtues?" Tainer says, "Please, pray forgive my late visit. I heard the man who called himself a warrior of light speak, you see, and saw the falling stars from the heavens. Sarah grew tired of my endless fretting and bade me call upon you if it would put my mind at ease. Is there aught you can tell me?" Tainer says, "An imposter? I feared you might say that." Thaner says, "I believed him. I wanted to believe him. How wonderful it was that even one of them returned, I thought. Yet, if he is not the man you knew, then I'm sorry. I know all too well how that feels. I can only imagine how it must hurt to be unable to speak the truth. How you must abide the lie for fear of condemning those fallen heroes once more. It may not be my place, but allow me to offer you a few words of advice, as you once did me. Remember how dear he was to you, and be brave." What'll I say? Thank you, my friend? Or you've certainly grown. Thank you, my friend. Tanner says, "Oh, I'm not half so eloquent as you, but I hope it helps." Meanwhile, in the Crystal Towers umbilicus. Umbilicus.
Foiled again. If I cannot imbue the infernal thing with my power via magical means, we may need to devise a way to infuse the vessel with my blood after all.
Art thou unwell?
Or perhaps a brief respite? It wouldn't do to overtax yourself.
I'm fine. And given to stubbornness, I'm afraid. Especially when I have a stake in the outcome.
The dream again.
Meanwhile, in the source.
A recurring dream. They do so fascinate me. Might I trouble you for the details? I have always dreamed of it. Fire falling from the heavens, and the city, nay, the whole world ablaze. Indeed. Could Emmett Selk have found a way? Precious few possess memories of the final days. The final days? Why, yes. Admittedly, my knowledge is mostly second-hand, but if you are interested, I will gladly tell you the tale. The tale of the world's end.
Alright, and so here we are, and just having finished 5.2. And I'll wrap things up here with this stream. And we'll start out again next time with 5.3. That should be later today. I'm not going to take too awful long of a break. And we have many months to go before the expansion can hit. So, gotta get it all in. Repair my gear. Alright, so thanks for hanging out, and I'll see you in the next one. Alright, love y'all loads. Bye for now.